Are we Gucci? Are yeah, okay. It's 4-0. Okay. Put this thing in the Discord. Also, okay. Okay. Should we start with a little clip? Should we start with a little clip or not? Actually, I'm gonna do this first. Actually, no. We'll put on the thing, and then we'll pause this, switch this. Alright, what did we talk about as per usual? Like a lot of the shorts that relate to this move got with this like leg up, right? This was like a little short squeeze we had. Open interest was like nuking down when we made this leg up. So there's not really a lot here. A lot of this move was like spot selling. On Bybit, there's like a decent amount here, but it's not anything crazy. Maybe we tap that and go lower. Agree or disagree? Like a lot of the agree or disagree. Put this back. Why isn't it playing? Boom. Yeah, we came back and got it, right? So we could have taken the short here. For anyone that wanted that. I mean, first of all, you could have taken this thing, right? Kind of like a failed auction up here. Right at the value area high. So people could have taken this long. I'm sure a lot of people did, and they got stopped out right there. Could have also entered here, right? If you did get stopped out, could have tried to get back in right there. In terms of the short, could have got in here, right? Tap the naked point of control, just clean these stops. And if you go look, right, what did we say in the clip? We're talking about Bybit specifically, right? And look, he barely sweeped, but this is the Bybit chart. Bybit, pink. So, show to the math, show to the planning. Show to all that good shit. Also, a short opportunity up here, right? Like right at the point of control, as there's like divs forming. Like the typical region right at our yellow line. Also show to the yellow lines as per usual, right? Pink. As per usual. Also show to yesterday's math, right? This bonk thing ended up sending. God damn, it ended up sending. Also show to the math here too, right? Pink. Like, what? Fucking pixel fucking everywhere, god damn. White lines, yellow lines, blue lines, it don't fucking matter. Also, this thing, we got troll on this thing. Oh, we were talking about this when we got off stream, right? Looking to get into longer potentially. But yeah, this kind of pullback right here happened when I was at the gym. So, not getting this thing. Kind of sucks. We came down, cleaned the poor low. Then got a nice retest right into the zone. Would have got filled perfectly. And sent. But, yeah, it wasn't around to look at the data, so feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Quite the CME gap too. So far we did come in a little bit, but so far we're coming out, so pretty bullish so far if this continues. But we'll see how that proceeds. Be mindful of the CME and NASDAQ gap. They are inside of them, so keep looking at that. Yeah, I think that's it, right? I mean, what else did we didn't really do much else, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, we never talked about the TPs on this thing. We did get two to three TPs hit, right? Like the last one was up here on this poor high, but like when we did this, yeah, I just closed it out. So quite overextended at this point as well. Maybe it does end up going higher, but don't really care to be honest. Don't want to keep watching it. Just took my juice and got out of there. Shout out to the juice boxes, alright. The juice box trades have been smacking. Hitting, boy. So let's look at some of this stuff. Also, the holiday weekend fucked with the CME. Like the TPO is not resetting. Kind of annoying, but we'll just do this for now, I suppose. We like that for now until they reset it. Should probably do the same thing here. Sure, I can just copy paste it, can't I? Nice. The same thing here. Okay, okay, okay. Do we fill this gap, yeah? Or are we gonna kind of come in here and get back out this bitch? Or not? Or not? Or not? And we'll look at some of these alts. Look at some more altcoins. Whoops. Going to do that. Amazing. Shout out to the math though. Shout out to the Maya. God damn. Let's do all of these actually. Bum 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 bum. Shout out to me to take those trades though, right? I've been sitting in the same long and same short for days at this point. But I've been on the long forever. How long have we been in this goddamn long for? God, I am like 2 weeks almost at this point. No. Half a month in that bitch. God damn. Okay, okay. If there's any alts we can get into right now, or some kind of shorts I haven't like started nuking already. So I might be a little late on some of these rates. Seems to be the case, I'd imagine. Interesting. I have to check the open interest on this, right? Because we were looking at this on what, yesterday? I think at some point yesterday, maybe Friday. This is the one that had all the shorts to squeeze, right? If I'm not mistaken. Like the massive CVD bull divs. Hasn't nuked yet either, right? Everything else is rolled over already. This thing is not. Moon Market dropped a video. He highlighted MBIS, which is a 12 billion market cap company. He did not pump SGLY, which predicted he might. I mean, pretty hard game you're playing, trying to anticipate what that guy's gonna do. Quite likely that was not gonna be the case. Quite likely. Let's update our levels too. An outside date as well, interesting. As we fill the gap to the downside. Interesting. Also, what is this TPO? What the fuck is that? When do you ever see that? That is so odd. Let's quickly power through some of these alts, see if there's anything better than this Pengu thing. boom, 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 boom. What a weird TPO. I don't know if I've ever seen one like that. I'm gonna go back and check that in a second. Take out the rest of this data as well. NBIS. Nebius Group Envy. Interesting. Let's look at this data, and then while I eat, see what we missed. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Then Market Smash is a bitch, by the way. Market Smash short that bitch. Or do like 1, 2, 3 is my TPs. Boom, 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 boom. Something like that. Boom, 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 boom. A little greedy though, we'll say that. We'll do like 1, 2. 3-4. 3-4 maybe. Sure. Boom, 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 boom. Nice or two of these. Boom, 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 boom. Be mindful of this level though. My stop loss at break even immediately on that thing. If we're gonna be bullish, definitely want to hold this, right? Get back out of the gap. I have my doubts, but there are some low time frame hidden bull divs or on the CBD. Bum, bum, bum. So it's possible. It is possible. God damn, can you hear that? God damn. It's a crazy thunderstorm outside. If I ran with a spear, you know why. I also hit by lightning, no power. God damn, what the hell? Higher power, should I take out your boy? "15 minutes left on the hourly candle close." Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. 1072. Hey, I have an idea for a stream and a highlight. Could you maybe pick some altcoin you're seeing for the first time and start analyzing it? Both for a midterm perspective and intraday, for example. That's too much of a hassle. No, that's literally what we did yesterday. The whole stream yesterday was looking at alts mostly. You want to watch some of that. You can also look at one now, I suppose. Not particularly interesting, right? Just looking at volume profiles, more or less. And then the time imbalances. Then gotta look at the data. Do the math. No, I wouldn't say that's a hassle. I ain't got nothing else to do. Because these trades are juicing. Boy. Also have to remember you can't like look at alts in a vacuum, right? At the end of the day, like, they're all like correlated to Bitcoin, which is correlated to like traditional markets, which are correlated to like the bond market, global markets, etc. All the options data, blah blah blah. At the end of the day, like the whole point of looking at charts is to get like areas of interest you may want to be trading at. Oh, gonna check, thanks. I mean, you can look at one now if you actually want to like have an interactive approach to it. Be able to ask questions. Man, these coins are so funny, right? Whenever Bitcoin's nuking, literally just short these shit coins, no fucks given, right? Don't even gotta look at data, don't gotta do nothing. Actual comedy. Boom, 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 boom. Just short the shit coins. This one's interesting though, right? TRX is interesting. Tron. Yeah, but what did we look at yesterday? kind of looked at Solana a little bit more. What we've already done before. I updated Sui, I updated Hyperliquid, did Bonk. We ended up trading this right after we did it. Gone along right there, baby. Shout out to the imaginary lines. What else did we do? I think Aave. Aave, Arrow. That was it, right? Looked at Helium a little bit. Did we not set alarms? We must have forgot to set alarms some of those. Usually small cap coins don't give a shit about Bitcoin. I don't know if I say that. And like small cap coins, if they are doing that, it's not the stuff you want to be trading, right? At least not trading the way you trade this. At that point, it's just like a handful of people pumping it, pumping and dumping on your ass. Ain't no math saving you there. Oh yeah. Like if you're gonna use like a volume profile tool on a low cap market cap coin that has no volume, it's kind of irrelevant, right? It kind of defeats the purpose of using volume based analysis. I could go on some like 5 mil market cap coin right now and just start printing the chart with my buys and sells. Ain't no TA to do on that. You can try though, you can try. It's just not going to be nearly as reliable. But yeah, if you're sitting there on like some like Dex tool shit coin you find on Twitter, trying to draw like volume profiles or like cup and handles, patterns, trend lines, this is irrelevant, right? You're getting got thinking that works. Get in got. You're slowly getting through the gap. Okay. Okay. Also, the full day rotation is beginning, right? To open the outside, we're already losing the value area high. We start to lose a point of control on this too. Even higher probability we're gonna come down here now. Not only to fill the gap, but also this whole setup. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. What should we look at? What should we look at? Some altcoin. What are these doing? 30-minute candle in 3 minutes. Okay. Give this some time, right? But yeah, bulls want to hold this thing. Well, this would be a good start, right? This would be a good place to do it. Deeper we go into the gap, the less likely it's gonna hold. Also, the other thing about this short, actually, I forgot to mention, like this sweep, the Bybit stuff, it really picks up the 4-hour level. Like this candle. Got some more confluence building for that thing too, if you wanted to get in it. Typical low volume pump and dump. Yeah, basically. At the end of the day, it's like this. It's like a sample size, right? Like if you want to know how many, like the percentage of people in your city that eat blueberries, you're not gonna go ask 5 people and then 3 of them say yes, and you go, okay, 60% of my city eats blueberries. Like ideally you want bigger sample size to know what's really happening in your city in terms of the blueberries. The same thing with the market. The bigger the sample size, the more realistic view of what people want to do with their money is, or how more accurate it is. Also, with the trends changing is a lot stronger. It takes a lot of money to change the trend in this, right? But to like have a higher time frame divergence start to play out, it means like a lot of money switching directions. A lot more reliable. What was that game called? it's like this thing. Right, like if you only drop one ball in here, it's not going to follow like a statistical distribution, right? It's going to be a one random ball on one of these columns, or two, or three. But the more balls you drop, the more it starts to fall in line with an actual statistical distribution. Here, let's look at FET, for example. We just added this to the list today. Look at FET. I'm watching this on my exchange right now. I'm curious to see what happens here. I'm a little distracted. But we will look at Fetch AI. Actually, let me open this over here. The obvious monthly level, right? Bing, bing, bing. Yeah, we're good enough, right? Doesn't have to be perfect. And they charge imaginary lines. Boom, 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 boom. And they are just imaginary lines. Just marking out like value areas, right? Different value areas, the edges and the nodes at this point. And you don't really need these two either, right? If you really want to kind of be more nerdy with it, kind of just do fixed range volume profiles at this point. Wherever there's like areas where price is like balanced, so like here, right? Like a lot of like overlapping, but you can call this was balanced, right? Like here as well. You can probably even extend it if you want, like the whole thing. Didn't really change a whole lot, right? These two are there. Boom, boom, boom. We won't worry about these upper ones for now, right? Because we're not quite there. I didn't even make it to the golden pocket. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Anyways. Fucking whiff thing, god damn it. Watching to see if it would come back to the golden pocket. Motherfucker. Anyways. Indexes are nuking. Okay, okay. Gap's almost filled though. Yeah, honestly, like, okay, so sure, like, these white dash lines are like the equivalent of like yellow dash lines, right? I'm obviously not that as precise. I haven't spent time like adjusting them at all, but same concept. You could really just start going based off of these, right? Don't even need to start using like the fixed range volume profiles. But now you know what kind of areas where like value has been in price at some point. So you can see, right? Like let's say in this case, like this value area high probably aligns with. I'm sure if we got one in here, it'd be the same story. Like this value area high is where this value area high is where this weekly level is, right? And we already had the white line here anyways. So like you can already tell there's a confluence of building in this zone for potential trade, right? And I'm sure if we go to like the lower time frames and look at this, toss on the TPO, even more confluence, right? Single print got grabbed and the poor low got cleaned right there. So you would have been looking here for a long potentially, right? What's the math looking like on that? Right, the golden pocket. The trades just kind of write themselves, right? Don't even gotta think. Don't even gotta think. Boom, boom, boom. You could be looking down here too. Could be looking here, etc. And then just repeat that on every chart. If you really wanted to, you could like delete all the white dashed lines. And start setting them like based on like these value area highs and lows. And the point of controls, right? So let's say in this case, if you have like, you know, that best example there. Do this. So you have like this point of control, like aligning with like this value area high, plus like a daily level. You can have like your line like here somewhere, right? All these like poor highs to clean in the higher time frame. So on 30-minute, you know there's a sweeper right here. Plus, like, let's look at the math on this thing now. Same kind of thing, right? In this same zone again. So we already know if this thing starts to come up here, I'm gonna be looking for short here. But clean these highs, tap this shit in reverse. Maybe come to like up here, the day level, and make a point of control. Maybe up the 886 and it cleans that. Maybe the full sweep. That's basically it though, right? If you really want, you can start using like higher time frame VWAPs as well. Pretty cool interviewing it actually. I saw it the other day. What was it? We'll throw that thing in the chat. This guy was on like that podcast I was talking about that does all the interviews. And he was talking about anchored VWAPs. This guy was like, it's his favorite indicator. The anchored VWAPers. We'll just toss that in the chat. You can also just go like nerd out on anchored VWAPs, right? Read about them a bit. Yeah, like a lot of times you can do that at like key swing highs or key lows, both on like the higher and lower time frames. And just toss an anchored VWAP here. Like, most people don't use these outer ones, right? Like that's just me being a nerd, because like essentially like this is the main VWAP, and this is like the first standard deviation. This is the second. And this is the third. A lot of people don't use these two. And some people don't even use the first one. But most people are looking at these three. Like just the first, the main, and the other first. But if you see that like these are like confluencing as well, like one of these three, the confluencing with like one of the zones that we're talking about, and that's like even more confluence like in terms of like volume analysis, right? So you can have one from down here, you can put one from up here. So you can already see these two are like converging, these two are like starting to converge. And like these two are converging at the area we were talking about for the short, right? So even more confluence building for that at the top of this value node. Like this is the easy part, right? Like we literally did this in like 10 minutes, and you can learn all of this yourself like pretty quick. More so about like looking at the data, right? Like yes, okay, now we know that we're gonna be looking here up here for a short, like somewhere in this box. The question's gonna be how does the data look like when we get there? It's the real trick. Also, there's one of many ways of doing things, right? There's a lot of people that do things very differently. Like some people will have on like moving averages, right? Some higher time frame moving average and seeing if it's like coming back, like pulling back into like let's say you're looking at this zone, right? Okay, you can short here or you can long it if it gets flipped. So let's say the moving average is coming up into that zone, then people might take that trade, right? It's one of many ways to trade. Or they'll use Bollinger Bands or like Ichimoku clouds. But Lord knows what else, right? I mean, it's like, I think of like 20 million different indicators. We got stopped out break even on this thing. Fuck. Look to get back in though. If it rolls over again. Motherfucker. You know, the simplest, the TLDR, the 1 minute TLDR of that. You're just looking for volume nodes, essentially. Like the value area high and value area low volume nodes. And then seeing if like the TPO and like time-based levels confluence with them. Like these time-based levels. The more confluence, the better. I'll check later, it's late here. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, no problem. I'm saying if there's anything else like really worth mentioning. And you can also play with all the different like fib tools, right? If you really wanted to nerd out a bit. But I don't know if it's particularly necessary. Yeah, at the end of the day, the more people that see the trade, the more likely it is you're gonna get a bounce. Which means that you're gonna get your stop loss break even. And after that, it's in the market's hands. What's good? Just joined from Bangkok. What's up? ZZZ. Bangkok. What time is it there? God damn. 8 a.m. God damn. Oh yeah, the other thing about that as well, like the whole like value areas. It's like a good way to plan your TPs, right? Cause like usually like you're rotating within this thing, from like one side to the other, or at least to the point of control. So like if you got into like a short up here, then yeah, you can be targeting to like TP at the TPO, or like looking to target the other side. Because the interactions up here are quite telling, right? Like, let's say we're coming up into this like zone, right? We break out, and we come back and do a bullish retest. If it bounces, then you're probably going to the next value area, right? Wherever it may be, like up here, or like one of the previous ones that existed over here. And if it like if it breaks out and fails to hold it and does like the bearish retest, then you know you're gonna probably rotate back to the other side. And then that's how you take your trades, right? You either take like the bullish retest of the value area high, or you take the bearish retest of it. Unless you have some like the levels in mind like we're discussing. In that case, and you're taking the trade like getting filled like as price is coming into it. But you gotta have good levels in mind for that though, right? If not, you're just gonna get ran over. Yeah, definitely spend some time nerding out on this, right? Because like most people are trading like this. It's no coincidence that these things react so often, right? Because most people that know how to trade are using this, and the people that know how to trade have the most money. So we're the ones that move the market, excluding like algorithms and whatnot. You can read like the markets in profile, mind over markets. What's the newer one? I haven't read this third one, but it's on my to-do list. Oh yeah. I do like these books are all like on market profiles, right? Like the TPO and volume profiles. Along with other books, those are like books specifically about volume analysis. However, and also that other things to keep in mind, like there are many ways to do things. Like that might be how I do it and how others do it, but it's not the only way to trade. Not even close. ZZ. In Nasdaq, like, I mean, if you want to consider the wicks, it's basically filled the gap. This is not though. If we reverse here, pretty fucking bullish though, I'll say that. If we kind of leave the single print behind and then start to change structure up here, pretty fucking bullish. So where's the RTH gap? Closed at 110.46. Interesting. Not be surprised at all to see the typical New York session, right? Come up here by the open for like the RTH, like clean this shitty high, and then just nuke, right? The New York session open nuke, and come clean all these poor lows. Definitely keep that in mind. Just woke up. It's 8 AM here. Yeah, it's early as hell. Plus, it's already Monday there. It's already Monday. God damn, your whole day ahead of me, basically. You trading? Are you trading Tokyo session? Or not. Or not. Where are you at? I'm in Canada. No, let's update trading Bitcoin. Before all of this happened? Hopefully you're not talking about this. That's the no trade zone, right? The no trade zone. I mean, I guess I could be scalping it, but like, rather not. Would rather not. Been watching lots of trading YouTube for months. Just restarted demo. Trading a lot to get chart time. I see. Yeah, I thought you get to have experience, right? Kind of get a feel for how things work intuitively. And kind of statistical model in your head. I think be pretty careful if I were you though with the whole YouTube stuff. There's a lot of garbage on there. Got my 100k demo to 130k in 3 days. Got a lot to learn. That's a lot. Sounds like you're risking a lot on your trades. A little too much, one might say. Or you hit some crazy like high leverage juicer trades. Average loser is 250. Average winner is 340. I mean, even then, what the, like, how many trades is that? You must have taken a shit ton of trades to be doing that. If you had a 100% win rate, that's 90 trades in a row in 3 days, and your win rate's way less than that. So you must be doing like 1,000+ trades or something. What's the actual math on that? Let's just do the actual math on that. Pretty good though, right? Pretty good. If you're doing that, like, that early on. Boom, 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 boom. Pretty juice. You're just doing better than like 99% of people. Yeah, because I don't know what the exact math is, but like what? Like 96% of people don't make money trading, at least in terms of like retail traders. Something to that effect. Sounds like your boy. That's what it sounds like. Boom, boom, boom. But I imagine you're doing some like mechanical trading system, right? Something to that effect. 20 minutes after this next 30-minute candle. Okay, we're gonna come with a gap or what? Or what? Bum, 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 bum. Ain't a whole lot to do here. Ain't a whole lot to be doing here. So we get up here, there's nothing to really do in terms of shorting. At least for me. Y'all can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Is there any alt that we might be able to catch on the way up if we start to reverse here? It's a question. We were so busy yapping, right? We were sitting here yapping about this shit. We might have missed some potential longs. Interesting. A swing fail pattern, all this garbage. Maybe we'll wait for a bit. We'll give this thing some time. We can start to flip the golden pocket, get above the value area high, get above the point of control. You know, we'll kind of go look at some alts, see what's going on. Till then, we'll just be chilling. Chilling like a villain. Got any questions? Y'all got any questions or not? We're not. We're not. Probably finish against some of these alts, yeah. Gotta be mindful of this thing. We gotta go back and look, check at the open interest for this. Because whenever this finishes squeezing, we're definitely gonna hop in the short, right? Especially if Bitcoin starts nuking to like fill the gap. Especially. Boy. So let me stand my ass up. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the math. What are we missing here? Oh yeah, that's what it was. There's a bunch of shorts opening into this thing. I'm trying to remember exactly where they were. We're about to find out right now, right? Where's the Binance chart? Because if their stop loss is not here, yeet, 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 yeet. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, law are starting to close. No close above the golden pocket yet. Okay. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, this is exactly why we not short this thing yesterday, by the way, right? When we were sitting here talking about this shit. Oh, look, it's getting squeezed right now. Boy. Getting their ass squeezed out this bitch. I'm gonna piss while I wait for this. Look at some other charts. What else do we have to look at? Caspa. Do we even want to look at Caspa? Hmm. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how these things are looking in terms of like relative strength. Cause I don't want to be dabbling too much in like alts that they're just like looking like piss weak, right? Maybe like a spot buy to like swing them off the low for like a decent gain and get out. Probably the best course of action on those. Okay. Shout to the math. Is this wick on every exchange? So how long was this wick? It's like a 1 minute thing. A little sus, right? A little sus. Let's just suppose like this wick did not, like, you know, did this really top the naked point of control, like whatever the fuck this was, not really right. It just considers imbalances continuing to exist. Hard to say though, it's not like this chart is like so many random pumps, right? Not a lot of historical data up here. Leave that like that. Boom, 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 boom. New 30-minute candle, new hourly candle, okay. Bum 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 bum. You're gonna get out the gap or what? Or what? Yeah, damn. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. time is it? 10:05. Department of Justice and the FBI conclude Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide and had no client list. Interesting. Elon Musk is back on the Bitcoin train too. Okay, okay. Trader Sosa, yo brother. What up? What up, Trader Sosa? Yo, what open interest indicator are you using? Because that's not supposed to be an oscillator, at least as far as I'm aware. I saw your video the other day and I'm like, what the fuck? The fuck is this guy looking at? The fuck? What the fuck? I don't know what was going on. Open interest, stochastic money flow. Interesting. Curious how this works exactly. Yeah, because ideally open interest is like this kind of thing. Well, I won't say ideally because I guess I don't know what this thing's doing exactly, but let's redo that. Like it doesn't oscillate. Like it just shows you how many contracts are opening or how many are closing. This is like the how many Bitcoin worth. So right now there's 164,000 Bitcoin worth of open interest aggregated. Well, let's just do some research to see how this stochastic thing works exactly. didn't copy paste it properly. You have one you could send me? Yeah, one sec. Where's this video? Oh, here. Just watch that video. Look at like like Below Data is like the platform. Oh, I'll put it in the chat for anyone who doesn't know, I suppose. But yeah, like, and that video kind of shows you how to set up. It's like a tutorial on how to set it up, and it kind of explains like what they all do. At least the ones that like he's using. I'm using like a pretty similar setup on there. Like, I have the open interest. I have like the CBD for spot. I have the CBD for futures. I have like the premium. The funding rate. And I also have like different versions for different exchanges. But also in general, like I don't always agree with him on like his trading, like whatever his like view of what he thinks is gonna happen. But remember, that's always the case with the market, I guess, right? There needs to be conflicting point of views. But in general, like he's not a grifter, right? This guy definitely like actually trades. Maybe not as data driven as I would appreciate, but very experienced, so that means a lot in my mind. Definitely value experience. I learned a lot watching his videos when I was first starting. Caught that bonk move nicely. You have any upside targets? Oh, I'm already out of it. Well, I don't even know if you're referring to my bonk trade, but I mean upside targets. Oh. Probably up here somewhere. Let's extend this out. Yeah. Like one of these three. Maybe it sweeps this stuff. Something like that. Yeah, but I got in this thing, like, I scalped this myself yesterday, but I remember I already got out of it. Took my profits and got out that bitch. Boom, boom. Maybe a mistake in hindsight. But I mean, I didn't have much running anyways, so I already like TP'd 66% of it. Or I guess that's not true. Like 50%. My third TP was up here. Like when I saw this happening on the lower time frame, as like we kind of came up here and like did all this garbage on Bitcoin. I don't know if we're gonna be going much higher, personally, but we'll see. 120k probabilities. That makes you think we're not going higher, to be honest. I don't think. I wouldn't get too carried away just yet, right? Leaving behind like poor low after poor low. And now we're able to see me gap to the downside. As like traditional markets are like pretty fucking cooked. I wouldn't be surprised one bit if we come up here tomorrow, clean these poor highs, and just immediately start nuking right after. That surprised me one bit. But like sentiment's like through the roof, right? Everyone's like hella bullish, both in crypto and traditional markets. So it looks like prime getting got season is upon us. And they never know. I think they never know. I'm still sitting in my long. So if we do go up there, I'm ready, right? I'm ready to ride that bitch up. I'm definitely gonna be mindful of souping this shit and going lower. Watching it like a motherfucking hawk. Like the put call ratio is like not the lowest it's ever been, but it's pretty fucking low. Like we're getting to like once every few years type data point. And what's like the fear greed index on traditional markets? It's like entering extreme greed right now, right? Pretty damn close. Yeah, we're in extreme greed. Pretty massive bear divs on the 6 hour on ETH or NASDAQ already forming. Maybe it does like a third drive type shit. Same story over here, right? Like the 4 hour. Well, pullback is coming, we'll say that. Don't think it's gonna be some massive nuke. But a pullback is definitely looming here pretty soon. Like, even if it's just to come back and retest the highs. Have you been seeing all the alerts for big institutional buying on Ethereum? No. What are the inflows looking like? Doesn't seem that crazy. $25 million, $98 million, 55. Yeah. There's no full table though. Is there like a bigger chart? Would make sense though. Like realistically, like Bitcoin, like you're a little late to the party, especially now. Like for you to like 100x, or then 100x, for you to get like 100% gain on this, we have to go to 220,000. Whereas with ETH, you have to get back to like the all-time highs basically. So I'd imagine people are gonna be wanting to move down the risk curve to potentially capitalize on the upside of this before it starts pumping. Especially like seasonality wise, right? Like Ethereum and like alts typically do better on the fall / winter and the end of the year basically. So the logic does check out. Bum, 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 bum. Curious to see what the Solana inflows start to look like. Actually, are they posted on here yet? Not yet. It'd be cool to see. If Solana starts getting more inflows than Ethereum, that would be pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Mm. 6 minutes on 30-minute candle. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Hopefully we do 120k though, right? That'd be nice. We actually start to move up for real. But as far as this thing goes, kind of looks like it's doing it, right? I like the typical like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touch, and then it never comes back to the middle and goes. So the math is definitely playing out on this thing so far. How's the healing coming along? It's fine, it's amazing. I got all my stitches removed, I'm chilling now. Big chillin'. Feel way better. Because your body doesn't like the stitches, right? Like, it finds it irritating. So now that I've gotten those removed, it's like way more comfortable. I've already been going to the gym again and whatnot. Working mass out. Back on my bullshit. Never tried a Kai? No. No, I did not. I'm not kidding when I say like I'm like extremely routine. Like I buy the same thing at the grocery store every week. It's a completely thoughtless process. boom, 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 boom. But do they even sell that here? I mean, they must, right? Boom, 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 boom. Go to the mouth. What are you targeting for bonk? That's my question. Bonk. What happened with this, by the way? Still here. Well, definitely get back into this thing though with size. If this, because the thing is, the position I had yesterday was also like a scalp. Cause I like market smash, like the golden pocket flipping before a breakout. So I wasn't trying to load up on that bitch. But if we get a pullback on this thing, assuming we do come like clean the lows, fill the gap. We'll definitely load up on that bitch. Big bags. I was looking at that, I was looking at Fartcoin. My fucking Fartcoin. Where's the charts? Thing is, we missed the optimal entries for these. Same with Sui. The problem is like whenever this nuke happened is when I was getting the Solana, Bitcoin, and ETH longs. So I already had my hands full, right? I got filled on all three of them. Fucking pixel perfect at the bottom. So unfortunately, we missed some of the other stuff. If we get pullbacks, we'll be more mindful of getting in those. Apparently, Bonk Fun is draining Pump Fun. No clue. I've seen people talking about that, but I don't know enough to really comment. I don't even know what Bonk Fun is. I just know this thing is running with high volume. I'm fucking running. Boom, 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 boom. Got a new 30-minute candle. Okay. If you actually flip this zone and start going, or what? Or not? Or not? Or not? Kinda hoping we nuke. Hoping we nuke for real nuke. We'll come back down to here, to be honest. The yeet. Hopefully the market gods grace me with a chance to get into some of those spot bags for the alts. Ba-boom, ba-boom. Or not. Now we'll just chase them with some leverage trades. Fuck it. Either way, we're big chillin' though. What's going on over here? So what do we have this week? It's on the economic calendar. FOMC meeting minutes, unemployment claims. Next week is when the juice starts though, right? CPI, PPI. All the retail sales. You got FOMC at the end of the month too. God damn. What's the rate cut probability right now? Extremely low. Bum, 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 bum. What do we have to do still? Hmm. Caspa. People still fucking with Caspa? It's like the mind share like on this thing. Or this thing straight ass. So what would the gains be like on this? Hmm. A little late, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Just the full chart. Must be. Just getting a Solana thing while we've been doing this. I think it's starting to go. Got our stop loss break even on that bitch now. We'll leave it at that. Leave that there doing its thing. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, we look at this bitch. Boom, 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 boom. What's going on over here? Well, looks like it's up in the golden pocket. Okay. Can I put a higher high in or what? Seeing up to same story. 13 minutes up in the 30-minute candle. Okay. I'll keep an eye out for the Solana thing. Might have to get back in if we get stopped out. Boom, 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 boom. Also, Okay. Interesting. Boom, 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 boom. What's this motherfucker doing? Hopefully this thing holds. I want to see her getting in and out this trade. Rest of the data looking on this thing. Starting to get real few drivey looking here, right? All top longing on OKX too. For sure. So keep an eye on that. I need quite the pump here to validate some of those divs. If Bitcoin nukes, some of the levels down here would definitely be pretty juice, right? Definitely pretty juicy. Maybe Maven come all the way down to here. Maybe even cleans all this garbage. TPO looking like. TPO. Maybe it even goes that far back. Yeah, it doesn't even go that far back. Okay. Maybe some levels of interest, right? It really depends what Bitcoin does, though. Like if we just clean these lows and start to go, then like yeah, this kind of stuff's in play. Maybe a sweep of this or this. If we start to like nuke lower, then yeah. I've been looking at this stuff. Of course, I'll do a crazy nuke, right? If they like, out the question. We got a real downside move. And a lot of shorts too, right? Areas of interest for shorts up here as well. We'll keep all that in mind. I think it's still going, god damn. I'm gonna be salty if this alarm goes off way later. I'm in bed. Gonna short that bitch. What else is on here? That's mostly it, right? I did most of them yesterday. Most of the ones worth doing at least. Probably XRP, right? Probably do XRP. The ripples. The ripples. I don't know if this thing loses the lows, right? You really need Bitcoin to nuke for this to lose this low. Be quite the drop if it does though, right? I've had my doubts on this one. It's been sitting here. How long has it been sitting up here for at this point? 200 days. Like through this whole nuke. And sat here. It's about to get our Solana stop. Oh fuck, fuck. $0.20 away from that bitch. Boom, 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 boom. Really on perps. Where the fuck is the perps contract? Haven't got yet. Or worst case, like break even stop loss doesn't really matter, but if it does come back down and get us, be mindful of flipping this. Assuming this starts to go. Get back in that thing. Boom, 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 boom. What should we do? What should we do? Probably just chill and read, right? You know, not really much charts to look at. I think we already did a Popcat too. The Popcat. I think we're chilling. I think we'll be chilling. Up an 08. Damn. Oh. If this started to go, it'd be nice. It'd be juice, right? Don't gotta worry about it. Don't gotta keep my eyes distracted. How's this thing doing anyways? Open interest is skyrocketing too, all spots dumping. How's the order book looking? This thing's hanging in there. This thing is hanging in there so far. Motherfucker. The order flow looking. I go to bed soon. Damn. 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 Who the fuck? Boom, boom, boom. Time is it? 11:15. God damn. Those things finally starting to go. Let's keep an eye on how many of the shorts have closed. Keep our eyes peeled. There's more shorts opening into this shit still. Motherfuckers are crazy. Oh, the soul thing is sending. Okay. This thing better start running. Oh my god, that would be juice if we got out scotch free with this thing. Big juice. I don't want to keep watching this shit. Not what I wanted. Boom. Boom. We'll leave that there for now. Why did I delete this? Where were we? Where were we? Where were we? Oh, it's way too far. Think gonna flip the golden buckets? Or what? And what's this thing doing? We're finally going here? We're not. We're not. How's the order book looking? Looks 600 Bitcoin right above us. Okay, okay. It might take a while to burn through. There's 380 in the spot order book at 110. What is that? Almost 50 mil. Decent lump sum of money for spot. What the hell? Boom, boom, boom. Come me that thing didn't get us, goddamn. I swear, when you put your stop loss break even, I swear to God, like like market gods reward you with good karma. Every time. Comes like a pixel away from stopping you out and it reverses. Cause I swear, the one time you don't move your stop loss break even, it gets you every fucking time. Every time. It's like they know. Good. Doing the right thing gets rewarded, right? Good karma. Market gods are watching. Boom, 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 boom. God damn. We just sweep this on derivatives? No. Boom, 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 boom. Keep that in mind. Boom, 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 boom. Got a new 30-minute candle. Okay. That's a 4 hour shaping up. Who the fuck is this? Oh my god. You guys fucking with the math, right? You guys fucking with the math or no, right? God damn, shit's too fucking easy, I swear. Look, I'm fucking, honestly, I swear to God, I'm bored trading. Actually fucking bored. So, like, such a low competition in this, unbelievable. God damn. Show to the math. On over here. Actually boring, right? It's like a video game with no rank system. You rank up and you're always playing the same fucking noobs every day. I have to start playing some real games again, right? Get back on that Valorant, that Counter-Strike, that nerd shit. This thing is still like going. Hopefully it gets up here soon. And hopefully a lot of the shorts have closed by then. Probably should have been looking at this too, actually. We'll do this tomorrow. Put down the to-do list. Boom, 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 boom. Probably start TPs on this thing now, yeah. Mm. It really depends what Bitcoin's gonna be doing. If we're actually gonna start like making the squeeze up past the zone, I'm definitely gonna want to agree to TP on this a little bit. Took at least up here, like a here if anything, right? Probably do like 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I'm like maybe I'm just being paranoid, but I'm not convinced this is the breakout rate just yet. If we flip the zone, yeah, I'll be a believer. Show show. At least still up here. I got this stuck in my head right now, especially with how some of this shit's looking. Like open interest is like it's fucking going parabolic, which is not terrible, right? It's not terrible. Like you do want people opening positions on a breakout. But there's a lot of walls to get through up here. We'll see, we'll see. For now, we'll set some of these TPs, but we might be changing these around. Assuming we even survive, right? This might come back and stop us out. So far, looking good, but... Do one... Okay. Leave it like that. We'll do those three for now. Might change them up though, depending on how this is looking. Also might like end up closing a lot way more early if it starts to like hella sus up here. If we even make it up here. I'm 42. God damn. God damn. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I need to charge my goddamn laptop. Fuck, fuck. Boom, 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 boom. Is there, it's supposed to come back. Fuck, fuck. What's going on over here? Motherfucker. Boom, 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 boom. Put this back over here. Keep it watching that sign. Oh my god. Boom, boom, boom. 50. God damn. God damn. Probably do a juice box pretty soon, y'all. Get out of here. Get that juice and get out. Oh my gosh. bum, 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 bum. 11:56. Interesting. Okay, so how much time do we got left here? Oh damn, 15 minutes? Fuck. I try and plow through a chapter real quick, and then we'll do a juice box and head out of here. We can get a nice, good night's sleep. We wait for the market open tomorrow. How did this thing end up doing, by the way? Or we closed it? Bum, 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 bum. Not bad. Not bad, right? Okay, let's make a juice box and get the fuck out of here, right? A bit of a yap. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, the longs, you already missed them, right? You already missed them at this point. already kind of missed them. Like if we didn't take this earlier today, or like the retest, or even this, right? Just now, retesting this zone. A little late at this point. I mean, if you want to be hella aggressive and try and get in before the move up here, we are technically flipping the golden pocket, right? So we do kind of start to change the structure up here. Ensure you can get in. Stop loss on the lower low. That's like the most hyper aggressive way though, and honestly, it's a little sus, right? Because we're starting to see some signs of weakness showing up here for sure. But yeah, I mean, sort of be it, right? Kind of flipping the yellow line, flipping the golden pocket, and going. Be mindful of this sweep. I suspect we'll coming to clean the high at least. We'll kind of just say like flipping 109.4k plus the golden pocket. But if you want the real long though, like the real long is probably gonna be down here. Kind of the one that we've been discussing in the previous juice boxes. Like whether it's cleaning this slow, whether it's cleaning this, whether it's cleaning all of this, whether it's on this stuff. Kind of the higher time frame stuff we've been discussing for a while now. So if you aren't caught up, get caught up on that. We'll kind of just write them all down, right? Like cleaning all the levels of interest below that we've been discussing. And like the CME gap, right? Be mindful of the CME gap. So maybe we just like kind of fill this, sweep this, and go. Whoops. Yeah. And maybe even this, right? But like at this point, you're like being pretty risky and kind of flipping this zone. Whatever, if the data is looking bullish and they gave you that, then yeah, right? Go for it. Just be aware that you are longing the top of the move basically at that point, right? When you have various opportunities again from the lows. And for shorts, I mean, like lots of possibilities, right? I mean, as usual, we've been talking about, like, be careful of these zones. Like, yes, there are potential areas of interest for a short up here, but like, also a lot of shorts to squeeze. So like, do not get ran over. Right, make sure you have edge. Make sure you get some structural edge as well. So be paying mind to what this is doing. The indexes in mind. Keep the order flow in mind. I'll kind of say like cleaning the 4 highs at 110. And the rest of the ones that we've been discussing for a while, right? Kind of been discussing all the rest of them for a while. boom. Rest of the levels discussed to the upside. And below, probably losing this, right? Like losing yesterday's value area high from the TPO and volume. Kind of like getting the golden pocket flip back. So like the VWAP's gonna be coming in, right? So if this gets like flipped, the song is done. I'd be careful with this one though, because like you're not gonna be able to have like a higher time frame confirmation of this. So yeah, if the order flow is looking good in the lower time frames and whatnot, then yeah, like feel free to go for this. But if you're not monitoring that stuff, then yeah, maybe not for you, the trade for you. But we'll say kind of like losing the golden pockets plus. Sure, we'll rewrite this, right? The bearish retest of golden pocket plus 109.4. If not, then like plus they'd be like losing these levels, right? It's like 4-hour level and whatnot. And after that, I don't know. Probably would want to be like, no. If you miss these, then like at that point you're gonna be chasing it pretty low, right? And there's a world where we like bounce here, a world where we bounce here, a world where we kind of sweep this and go. So we'd have like the full day rotation in play, right? We open outside of yesterday's value. So this move right here like is possible. Kind of just do this, ding ding. Also, a world like where we bounce there, right? And this because this zone gets front run. I'd be careful with this zone though. This zone's definitely a little suspicious. Like I think either like A, this gets front run, or B, it gets blown through. I don't think we're gonna come just like ding ding. Probably gonna come down here if anything. That's it, right? That's mostly it. Like all our bases covered in both directions. Whatever, we've been prepared for this, right? Nothing's really changed all weekend. We talked about this yesterday and earlier today, and on Friday even. Nothing's really changed since then either. Ever since we left this poor high behind, it's kind of been on our mind. Yeah. Here's a quick chat shout out and get out of here. Who do we got? We got NASCAR All Out, right? Shout out to NASCAR All Out, shout out to Olympic, shout out to me, shout out to ZZ, shout out to Trader Sosa. That was it, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Also, we've been look out for this, right? Just got higher in stream ending. I mean, we can chill for a bit if you want. I'm not that tired. You can chill for a bit if you want. Not too long though. If you want to yap a little bit, I'm down. Blitz T the Yapper. Am I long? Yeah, I've been in a long since down here. Been in the same long for a long time. 2 weeks. I like shaved some here and then like I added back when it looked like we were starting to go up again. So like my average price is like higher, but like it's the same long. Trying to take this thing past all-time highs. Boom, 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 boom. But I'm gonna start shaving it in this region though, especially if things start to look pretty bearish. Still long from there, that's crazy. What's crazy about that? Like if it's gonna be the high time frame low, it's not the ideal spot to be long from. Doesn't get much better than that. We did shave, right? We did shave like as I was saying. Like you're, cause I don't know if we were going any higher, right? So it shaved some, but like when we started to go again, then I added some back. I struggle holding trades that long. I mean, you have to have like an idea of what's going on, right? Some kind of like higher time frame picture of what's happening. Cause like to me, like there's one or two things are happening. Either we're bouncing at like 98, or we're going down to here. And if we were gonna bounce here, then that means we're coming back to the other side of value, which is exactly what we've done so far. Like if you don't have that in mind, then yeah, it's gonna be hard to like hold the trade, right? Plus on top of having like an idea of what's going on like in the world in terms of like the markets and whatnot. And the other thing is like you don't have to, like I've been scalping other stuff while this is happening, right? This is like a massive Bitcoin long. I'm like over 100 Bitcoin long from down here. But like as we're making like moves in the lower time frames and whatnot, yeah, I'm like scalping alts, etc. But like when you get these kind of opportunities, you gotta go for it, right? Because like these kind of like wide deviations of value, like how was it looking at the time? So at the time, this was like the value area. It was like this yellow line. So when you get these like large deviations of this like high time frame area, like how long was this? Like over a month, right? And you finally leave that value area. It doesn't happen too often. So when it does, like that's a time to like probably size up in your trade, right? Like whether we bounce here or bounce lower, like I was planning to open a big trade. Like if we're in the middle of like this ding dong range, like right here, like I'm not doing that, right? You trade big size? Yeah, sometimes. I mean, in reality, it started off because of FOMC. I opened like a massive short here for FOMC. Oh, I don't remember, how did it go? I don't remember now at this point. Like, whatever, if you go back and watch the videos, like, you'll see. I'm pretty sure we had like a long from here and a short from here, or something to that effect. But at some point we had like a long and a short with size in both directions. Because I wanted to see whatever way FOMC took us. I was like, whatever, that's where we're going. I'm juicing on this trade either way. End up going lower, right? And then like, originally, I opened the long as like a hedge more than anything for the short, because I didn't shave that all the trade either, right? Like this short from here to here, I did not shave a single fucking dollar. So I opened like this long as a hedge at first, and then we end up closing out the short, and then the long's been running ever since. But like, normally I don't open like trades of this size. It's like either like FOMC or some like huge high time frame move that we're expecting. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I'm a little suspicious of this move up right now, to be honest. Be honest. Gotta rewatch your Monday, Tuesday, June 22nd entry. What is that? Oh, this? Yeah. Yeah, you had a lot of opportunities here, right? Because you also had like this thing. Like I was already in the long, so I didn't need to. But like they gave you this one as well, right? And like the TPO value area low was like right there. The volume node was like right there. The yellow line was right there. And you had the golden pocket on the wick. So like a lot of people took this trade, right? That's why you have this like such high volume in this wick. Okay, everybody was getting filled on this. Also could have played like the higher time frame failed auction, right? At the value area low. Well, lots of ways you could have played this trade. Things I'm a little paranoid right now. Where are we? Look, we have a CME gap below. And a bunch of poor lows below too. And we're doing like a 3 drives right now. As it's like diverging, as there's like CVD bear divs, as there's a shit ton of top longers here on OKX. It doesn't matter though. Like right now, like our long is like hedged. Like we're in a short from up here. With like so we're, right now we're like delta neutral, or the market goes up or down. Like I'm not gaining or losing anything. So I'm perfectly fine to just chill for now and see what happens tomorrow when the New York session starts. We're trading the RTH on CME. Honestly, we're not surprised at all though if we kind of come up here and like sweep this garbage and go lower within the first like hour of the New York session opening. You ever trade NQ? No, but I do watch it. Like I'm always watching it. I always have it open here in the 5-minute. I always have it open here on the 30. And I have like another like trading view tab over here where I have it open as well with like levels on it. Plus I'm looking at the options data for this thing. See how like market makers are hedged. So I'm keeping track of it. Like, whether I'm trading or not, I'm keeping track of it. You kind of got it, right? Like first of all, like pretty strong correlation to Bitcoin. Same with S&P, obviously. But a lot of times, if S&P is pumping without the Nasdaq, it's pretty suspicious, right? Because this is like makes up most of the S&P market cap. So a lot of times, if S&P is pumping without this, then you know this is kind of like potential scam pump coming, or at least a pump that's not particularly strong. A lot of people trade in Nasdaq though, right? It's like the only thing you ever see on Twitter. Everyone just saying some like Nasdaq futures trader apparently. I prefer that though. Like if you have to like let's just suppose you're trading the stock market and you're trading like anything, right? Every morning you're waking up before the market opens. You're checking the pre-market for anything that got gapped up on volume, blah blah blah. It's like this hassle, right? You're just way better off trading like one thing every day. At least in my opinion. Hey, you want to trade Nasdaq, right? I think you mentioned this before. And ditch YouTube sucks. You can't even like load people's chat history properly. Watching has given me new ideas to try swing trading. Viral media, hello. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends like what you're comparing it to. Because if you're sitting here on like the 1 minute trying to trade or 30 second trying to trade, like, I don't know. It can be done. I just don't think it's worth it, right? Like first of all, you have to be sitting here just literally staring at the 1 minute chart, hoping like some edge appears on with your setup with like order flow, etc. And two, like, okay, I'm a nerd, right? I know a lot about trading, and I'm sitting here nerding out on like order flow, like level 2 data, looking at the DOM, blah blah blah. I understand all this, right? I'm looking at like the footprint statistics. I'm like monitoring like all the options, monitoring like, the IV delta, like everything, right? And I'm telling you, if you're trading on like the low time frame, it's just inconsistent because like someone might come execute like a large order and price starts going up, right? And then literally 2 minutes later, someone else comes executes an order and it's going down, and the other way. And like that is like completely random, right? You never know who's gonna enter the market to submit a massive order that's gonna move the price. But for the price to change on the higher time frame like this requires a lot of money, right? It's not just one person doing one way or the other. So the data is a lot more reliable. So like yes, can you say here with like some like extremely mechanical system on the low time frames trading? Sure. But like I don't think it's that efficient. Like at 5:15 to 30, that's what I'm doing. Like I'm usually kind of watching the 30-minute. And then the 5 minute to get a deal with what's really going on. And then I'm on like the 1 minute or like the 15-second, 30-second if I'm trying to like enter a trade. Alright, in general, like, cause I go into the low time frames when it's approaching an area of interest. That's the way to summarize that. Bum, 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 bum. The other thing is like people that sit here trading the low time frames. Like, I was watching this the other day. There was a video on YouTube of like a trading competition in Dubai for Bybit, and literally every single person in the video that was featured in the video, they're all scalping on the low time frame, like the 1 minute chart with like the MACD and EMAs, and none of them are using any order flow. So like, I don't know. Seems suspicious to me. A little suspicious to me. Let music go. Should make a video on my trade execution. I mean, I gotta talk about it. What do you? Isn't that what I'm doing when I'm streaming? I don't. Like for instance, yesterday we got into like the this bonk trade like on stream. We were talking about this thing. Like I had this like line marked out, and I was waiting to get filled on this potentially, or even like a deeper pullback. And we bounced at this white line I had. So like, I literally just had a fib like this. And as soon as we started closing above this thing on the low time, like the 1 minute chart, I just market smashed my entry, just flipped in the golden pocket and ripped. Cause that's what everyone's doing, right? Like, that's why this happens. Not just me. Everyone's just doing the math. Yeah, like I usually talk about them. Like it depends, right? 'Cause it's the thing. Like I'm not streaming during the day, so a lot of the volatility is during the day. But whenever I get back on stream, if anything has happened that did not happen from the like when it was on last stream, then I'll kind of give like a recap of like what I did and why. But you learn pretty quick. I'm just doing the same thing every trade, like right, like the same setups, doing the same thing every time. I'm taking like a swing failure pattern, I'm doing the same thing. If I'm doing a failed auction, I'm doing like the same thing. I'm doing a 3 drives, I'm doing the same thing, etc., etc. Not particularly complicated. I'll tell you right now, right? Let's just think about the next potential long. If we do come up here and sweep this garbage, start heading lower, I'm for sure gonna be eyeing this zone, right? So let's just say we come up here and like tap this zone somewhere. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna be looking like at this level. I'm gonna be looking down here. I'm gonna be looking at this. I'm gonna be looking at this. Maybe this sweep, and then this. And if we start to come down to the zone, and there's like CBD hidden bull divs, a shit ton of shorts opening at the bottom, as longs are getting closed out, plus like order flow starts looking bullish, blah blah blah, I'm gonna just have orders down here, right? Boom 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 boom. I'm just gonna get filled on that thing. Stop loss down here. As soon as it starts to go, I'm putting my stop loss break even. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not gonna know until like this actually happens, right? Until I actually see the date in the moment. Or if we're like getting to this zone and the data's not looking too hot yet, but then when we get here, it's looking hot, then I'll have like a lot of orders down here instead. Instead of having like a big box of orders, I'll have like a small box with all my orders. And same with this short. Same with this short. If we come up here, I'm gonna be looking to see if we swing fail up here. Because if we come up here and the 30-minute candle starts printing, and then we come back below as there's like hella bearish data, like massive bear dips, blah blah blah, people along in the top, as all these shorts get closed out, S&P is like starting to roll over. I'm gonna be market smashing an entry as soon as it gets below the level. Or if not, I'll wait for like the candle to confirm it, and then I'll draw a fib from like the top of the wick to wherever it stopped. And have a bunch of orders set in here. Ding, 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 ding. And if I get filled and it goes lower, amazing. If I get filled and stops me out, sucks to suck. And same story. As soon as it starts going, stop loss break even. And whatever happens from there, that's that's the market's hand at that point. Boom, 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 boom. Hope it doesn't retrace. Then fucking sucks for me, right? Missed that bitch. That's how it goes. No, but like if it doesn't, it depends, right? Depends. Because like usually you're gonna get a pullback, right? And it also depends how it's looking. Because like let's say we get this thing, right? Let's just think about this. So like it goes, it comes back, and then we get the pullback. And a lot of shorts get in here. It's probably gonna end up doing this, right? We'll do another drop, stop everybody out, so you can look to get in here again. Or if it ends up running off on you, at some point you're gonna get a pullback, right? So you can get it on the bearish retest at whatever level. Or let's just say it runs off on you. Because let's say price is doing this, came up, came down, and then this is what it's looking like. You can have like a fib drawn. And as soon as like the golden pocket gets lost, like it turns into resistance, you can like get in as well, right? So at that point, it's like a higher probability of breaking the low. So there's two ways you can do this, right? Depending on how deep this move down comes. So like suppose this move comes down to like the 886. You can have orders set in this box already. And just hope that it gets filled and you don't get ran through, right? Or you can wait for this move to put in a lower low, and then you just like market smash your entry with your stop loss right there. Or it can be like hella passive, right? You can kind of wait for it to continue to change structure and then get in on this pullback. Or you just missed it, right? At the end of the day, sometimes you do just miss it. Unfortunate, but how the game goes sometimes. There are ways to chase it though, right? Assuming that there's so bearish edge and order flows looking bearish, you can do all these different things. You see that on Tuesday, 24 June. That was barely a retrace, but you got in on an entry there. Is that the low? This one? This? This one was a freebie. I'm surprised they gave this one. Move up. Up here? Yeah, this one may have been a little difficult, just because the fact that, like, at the end of the day, like, a failed auction is not confirmed until, like, it like breaks this structure right there. Then you're like full on like trend change, right? So yeah, like you would have risked market smashing the entry here. Move up 105. Are you talking about in here? Or how about this? We'll label them. We'll do like like A, B, or C. see. Oh. I mean, potentially, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it did swing fill pattern right there, right? This candle. Sweeped all this garbage. On like high volume. That's why it's a green. Then just went up ever since. Yeah, this one definitely was not like not the most ideal of places to get in, right? There's definitely easier trades than this. Like to me, out of these three, like this is like this was the easiest. This was second easiest. This is like the third. The least ideal. That's how I would rank them. Because there's like a really realistic world where this thing stops you out, right? And like me personally, like I don't like this one was. Like, I don't have to worry too much about this because like you have to realize that my entry here is not like I was entering a new trade. I was in a long from down here, and I shaved here. So me adding back, all it did was move up my average price. It wasn't like I had to worry about getting in here with my stop loss and getting stopped out. But if you were gonna take it, it would have been like that, right? Or like you have this level in mind. You have to keep these levels in mind, these yellow lines. I trade around these a lot. So you see that we're starting to flip the yellow line. You could have had like a fib drawn. Got filled there. Could have even done like the lower time frame one. It just depends, right? It depends what the data's looking. Because, like, yeah, we can talk about all these trades, but, like, if we were up here and the data was looking hella bearish, I'm not taking any of those. But if it's looking bullish, then yeah, I'm going to try and weasel my way in on one of these pullbacks. I guess I joined at stream end. Not really, we're just kind of sitting here yapping, talking about trades. Oh, I was gonna get off earlier, like I already did the juice box like a while ago. But I was like, whatever, one might as well sit here and yap a bit. The Blitz joined in. And he likes to ask a lot of questions, trying to learn. And a juice. Once up that range, going to the pocket was a good entry. Yeah. Like this one is also pretty contextual, right? Like you have to kind of like one, recognize like what was happening here, right? Like we front ran a lot of people down here. Because on social media, a lot of people were talking about, and we were talking about it. If you go back and watch the streams, we were talking about this sentiment data. A lot of people were talking about like 95, 96, which is why I was saying we're probably gonna get 98 or 92. Definitely not gonna be this fucking thing. So like with that in mind, when you know that a zone got front run, and ideally, and that's why I was surprised we got this pullback. Like I was very surprised. I thought for sure we were gonna rip from like the 382 kind of thing. Because it's pretty rare that you get a nuke like this and they just let people get back in with this deep of a pullback. It's too easy, right? It's a layup. So this is a layup. For anyone that knows what they're doing, this is a free fucking trade. But yeah, Normally, I'm just going to run off on you. So with that context, when you see that we're having like a balancing day on the TPO, and it starts to go, it's another way you could have taken this trade, right? If you know that these are balancing days and you start to break to the upside, usually it's going to continue following through that way. Anything notable from this stream? Yeah, definitely some notable stuff. Some guy was asking earlier how Olympic was asking about like how I find levels on a chart for the first time. So we went over fetch AI. Kind of mapped out different ways you could do it, and then kind of like trade setups that evolved from it. What else? Oh, yeah, that's mostly it. Plus, I looked at like Pepe for some potential levels, blah blah blah, but nothing particularly interesting. Guess I'll rewatch that too. Yeah, it's not particularly complicated. I mean, at the end of the day, they kind of give you like a quick TLDR. Let's just open a new chart. I should leave these not extended. Yeah, like at the end of the day, you're kind of just like setting like level. Like, there's two ways you can do it, right? Like you can really just kind of set lines like at these like the value area highs and value area lows of these nodes. And then like go into like the lower time frames and seeing like if any time based imbalances align with these, right? Plus like the fibs. So let's have some like massive fib drawn. 382 plus a volume level plus a single print to grab. Right, level of interest, boom, right away. Or you can kind of get your lines from like using like the fixed range volume profile. It's like identifying balance areas. Boom, 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 boom. White's on extend. A balance area there, like a balance area here. Balance area there. Balance area here. And when you have a bunch of them like a line, like the value area high and the value area lows, or like the point of controls with the value area highs, you can like mark out those levels, right? So like this one, for example, it's a pretty massive one right there. Like this one, this one, this one, and this one. It's a pretty interesting level right there. More familiar volume and stuff, she never took it further and then decided to go more price action. Now I'm adding it all up. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, between doing this, with both like smaller balance ranges and like the higher time frame ones, the way that we have them over here, And then like throwing in like the imbalances from the TPOs, plus like the math, right? The fib levels. You'll definitely find some interesting ones. And you can do the VWAPs too, right? Like a lot of times people do anchor VWAPs. And if you go back in the chat, when you watch the video, because I'm not sure if you can see it now, I put an interview in there actually. It's pretty funny. I just randomly saw it the other day. It was like a new interview on that Words of Wisdom channel, but the guy was just sitting there yapping about anchored VWAPs, which I use all the time, right? Like all these all these lines are anchored VWAPs. So I found it a bit funny that he was talking about them so much. But you can do like an anchored VWAP from the low, an anchored VWAP from the high. Like if ever like converging anywhere, like you have an idea of like a potential level of interest, especially when it aligns with everything else, right? And you also you don't need to use like how I do it. Like this is the main VWAP. This is the first standard deviation. This is the second. This is the third. So you don't need to use this one. Don't need to use that one. Don't even need to use that one if you don't want. Pretty interesting levels though. Like, I've been playing with these. I'm doing monthly VWAPs. I'm tracking weekly VWAPs. And you see some pretty interesting stuff, right? When you get these outer regions on these higher time frame VWAPs, you see some pretty interesting reactions. Even like a quarterly VWAP I'm testing out. And we'll get to the yearly eventually, although the yearly one doesn't seem as relevant. That doesn't reach these outlier regions too often. Whoops. At the end of the day though, like, all this stuff is just to identify levels of interest, right? The main thing is the data. So we can sit here talking as much as we want about levels to trade at, but like us coming down here with like a shit ton of longs underwater and none of them have closed. As we're getting lower and like longs are opening into the move, as there's like no like hidden bull divs forming, there's no CBD bull divs, no oscillator divs, S&P is nuking, blah blah blah. I'm not taking that trade, right? It doesn't matter if it's level of interest or not. So that's the real juice. Being able to look at the data in the moment, know what's going on. At least enough to have an edge, right? That's really what it is. Go to the math. Boom, boom, boom. You know, we got back into the Solana trade and this thing has missed my stop loss twice by a goddamn pixel. Look at this shit. God damn. How much is this? What even is that? Like a tenth of a penny? At first it came down and missed it by like a little bit, and then it missed it by this. God damn. I'm gonna laugh so hard if I wake up in the morning this thing ended up running. I have my doubts, especially the way things are looking, right? Talking about this 3 derives. Shout out to you. Oh, shout out to you, right? Shout out to you. Trying to put in the effort to improve, level up your trading. Most people don't do that. Sit there doing the same shit. They don't care. We're almost back at the gap again. Damn. Although I will say pretty bullish actually. Like to me, like the ideal scenario would be to like not clean the highs first. I prefer to come get the lows first and then we go back to the highs. If we did this, I'd be a little bit more suspicious. Personally. Anyways, we'll see. I'm gonna get out here though. It is getting pretty late. We had a nice little yapathon here. Longer than intended. We'll be back again as usual tomorrow, right? Same shit every day. Planning out these trades. Yapping in advance. Yeah, shout out to Harris. We'll do another chat shout out for the latecomers. Yeah, a couple of you guys actually. Yeah, shout out to Blitz. Shout out to Viral Media. Shout out to Harris. I'm out here though. I'm getting tired. I want to be awake for the New York session, bright and early. Get a nice long sleep. But yeah, we'll be back at it again soon. Later. And for anyone that's watching this, go back for the juice box. It was a while ago. Later.